Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Let's wait for others to join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. In the meantime, we'll finish the recap. Others would have joined. Okay. So in the previous class, of course, in the beginning of the class, the first hour or so, we discussed the syllabus, right? The importance of polity in the examination, number of questions being asked, the book list, a very crucial, critical factor being the book list. Then we saw some basic information, some basic terms that we should know on the constitution, the various parts, the articles, all such things. The laws, statutes, where are they published? Other elements like executive, legislature, right? Names of these houses, the three-tier structure, what's the name referred to, the judiciary, the division of power, LEJ is the separation of power, and the division of power, which is Article 246, which provides for the Schedule 7 categorization, right? So that's it. And then we moved on to understanding the president, the election procedure, the electoral college, that is the voter list, electors, voters who can vote, who cannot vote, then what's the concept of vote value, what's the formula for vote value, all such things we covered yesterday. Now, what exactly was the last topic that we left? Was after looking at the vote value, we solved some questions. So, beyond that, I think the last topic we had covered was proportional representation, and that's where we have to begin. That is the single transferable vote. Okay, so I hope you have revised. Number one, just a quick update and check. Revision done at least 2 to 3 times, and you have already started reading the book Political Theory, I believe. If not, please start reading it. Okay. And apart from this, the monthly magazine that I told you, please read the monthly magazine also. 1 hour of reading. These three things must have been done so far. Okay, great. So that is how we'll begin. And from today onwards, the first 5-10 minutes will be spent into solving couple of practice questions, so as to say. So I'll, of course, we have not studied much here. So right now, the difficulty level may not be huge, but we'll start by practicing some questions. Initially, the prelims based questions. Okay, so let's begin our discussion. with the first question for today. I'll give you 45 seconds to mark answers for all such questions. So please mark your answer accordingly. Okay. Okay, 71% got this correct. Great. Which one of the following are constitutional bodies? So, of course, Election Commission of India and the NCSC. These two are constitutional bodies, 1 and 3. So, that's done. D is the right answer. Moving on to the next question. Again, mark the answer. Lot of you got 1, 4, 2, 3. Ascending order. Ascending order. So, anyway, those who marked A or D would have gotten it correct. The person who is at the lowest of hierarchy, lowest in the hierarchy, 14th in rank, is 3, cabinet secretary. So this or this, anything would be correct. Yeah, my bad, A and D are the same options. Second would be, next person, governors outside their state. Yes or no? Then we would have Chief Justice of India, right? So here, this is number 4, fourth in the order of precedence. So if this fourth in the order of precedence, we write this at first, number 3. Then third in the order of precedence, lowest, is this person, number 3. We write this here. And then we have the Chief Justice of India, number 2. So 4. And then Deputy PM is the senior most one. 3, 2, 4, 1. I hope you realize ascending from the lowest to the highest. Descending would mean top to bottom. Ascending would mean bottom to top. Okay. So A is right answer. A and D had same options. So D also is correct. Next question, please. I would request you to read the statements carefully. A lot of you mark B as the answer. A small point here. In 2022 elections, EVMs were used for the first time. Of course not. EVMs are not used, right? EVMs are not used in elections for the president. One is wrong. The population 1971 census is used while calculating the vote value of MLAs. That is correct, actually. This is correct. So the right answer should be what? Which is incorrect, not correct. What is incorrect? A is incorrect. I just mentioned, read the question carefully. Okay. Question number 4. Okay, a lot of you got this correct, of course. See, out of these 3 statements, both center and states have the power to make laws on stateless subjects, but states have overriding powers in case of a conflict. There is no such provision where states have overriding powers. Both center and states have the powers to make laws on union list subjects, but center has overriding powers. States have no power to make laws on union list subject. Right? Wrong. Only center has the power to make laws on topic not mentioned in any list. Of course, this is called what kind of power? Residuary power, which is what? Article 248. And this is correct. So how many statements are correct? Only one is correct. So only one is correct. A is the answer. Okay. And the last question for today, question number 5. WRT stands for with respect to. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. Great. You read incorrect properly this time. And so nominated members are not allowed to vote. Yes or no? Of course, nominated members are not allowed to vote. Elected members of assemblies of UTs of Pondicherry, JNK and Delhi take part. JNK, of course not. Vote value of MLA of UP is more than vote value of MP of Rajya Sabha. That's not possible. The vote value of MPs of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha is same, which is way higher, 700. Vote value of MLA of UP is just 208. So this is also wrong. Two statements are wrong. How many are incorrect? Only two are incorrect. B is the right answer. Okay. So that's there. Great. So after this, let's what's the problem in the second statement? Any issue, guys? Second statement we had seen yesterday only. If you are asking for the second statement, this means revision has not happened clearly. But I had explained very clearly that Jammu and Kashmir as of now is not a part under Article 54, right? We only have Pondicherry and Delhi so far. Jammu and Kashmir does not have an assembly. If it has an assembly, then in future, of course, we'll add Jammu and Kashmir also. Okay, so that's it. Very simple, very easy statements. So done. Let's begin our discussion now for the day, starting with the concept of single transferable vote. See, just 5 questions were there. Don't worry if you made some mistakes. You have just started revising. This exam will take some time. So have the patience. It is okay. Some of you have studied all these things earlier also. They may have a slight advantage. Others who are beginning for the first time may find things challenging, right? So don't worry on that I made 2 or 3 mistakes. Okay. Muskan and all other people, please read the questions properly before posting any such statement. You have to read the questions properly, right? How many statements given above are correct? Only one statement is correct, so one. Okay. That's it. Let's now come to the single transferable vote. Okay. Don't worry, we'll show the leaderboard later on. Leaderboard will show towards the end of the class, so no point in asking this again and again right now. Focus on studying right now. Now, as far as single transferable vote is concerned, understand the very basic concept. This concept is of preference. Life is all about choices and preferences. Let's say you go to a multiplex to watch a movie. Now, in the multiplex, maybe there are some movies playing. One movie starring Shah Rukh Khan, or a movie starring Salman Bhai, or a movie starring Ananya Pandey, the legendary actress Ananya Pandey, or a movie starring, say, the very famous actor Vijay. Okay. Now, somebody who goes in the theater as an SRK fan says, I want to watch an SRK movie, but sadly, the tickets are houseful. Okay, my second choice is watching a brain-defying Salman Bhai movie. Possible. Second option. If that's also not available, then Vijay's movie. If that's not available, then maybe Ananya Pandey's movie. Somebody can go to the theater and say, no, I love the cringe-worthy acting of Ananya Pandey. Crazy about her acting skills. I'll watch her movie only. First choice. If that's not available, then maybe second choice could be Salman Bhai, etc. Right? So these things are possible. Preference. Choices. First choice, second choice, third choice. Same thing happens in the election of the president also. See, this is a ballot paper for the election of the president. Look at the sample ballot paper also. Of course, these ballot papers are printed in a specific color, green and pink. That is of no concern to us. But nevertheless, this is the ballot paper for MLA. You can see here Bihar 173. What is 173? 173 is the vote value of MLA of Bihar. This is the ballot paper given to the members of parliament. What is 700? 700 is the vote value of one MP of the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha. Clear? So now, these are people who are contesting elections. Jaibir, Rajesh Kumar Singh, Ravi Yadav, Rohit Kumar, all these people. Okay. So every MLA will get this ballot paper. Of course, one each. Why will all the MLAs get one ballot paper only? It makes no sense, right? So every MLA gets their ballot paper and they will mark their preference. So let's say some person from Bihar, he says, Jabir is my first choice. But if Jabir cannot become the president of India, my second choice is Ravi Yadav. Third choice is Rajesh Kumar Singh. I don't want to give Rohit Kumar any choice. No, I don't want him. Just three choices. Possible. Okay. Somebody who is an MP can say, Rohit Kumar is my first choice. Jabir, my second choice. Ravi Yadav, my third choice. Rajesh Kumar Singh, my fourth choice. That's also possible. So all the MPs, all the MLAs are given such ballot papers where they mark their preference. Then all the preferences are counted. So now take the example here. Let us say we have a candidate A, we have candidate B, and we have candidate C. A, B, and C are people who are contesting elections. And here on one side, we have some voters. So let's assume we have some voters who are given these ballot papers. In this ballot paper, A, B, C, all the candidates' names are mentioned. And what do you have to do? You have to mark your preference. Who do you choose? So let's say there is this voter P, voter Q, voter R, voter S. Now P says, my first choice is C, second choice is B, third choice is A. Q says, my first choice is B, second choice is A. That's it. I give only two choices. You can. R says, my first choice is A, second choice is C, third choice is B. Fair enough. No problem. S says, my first choice is A, my first choice is B. Trying to act over smart, marking one for both the preferences. Two people. When calculation happens, such votes are cancelled. If you don't mark any preference or mark same first preference to multiple people, vote is cancelled, right? Now we keep on transferring all these votes to all these people. So of course, P has chosen C. P, their vote goes to C. Q has chosen B. R has chosen A. Similarly, all such people who chose these people as their first choice, the votes are sent. Now imagine the candidate A gets, let's say there are in total 10,000 votes. Now how do we declare a winner? So always remember, in this system, winner gets a fixed quota of votes. And what is that fixed quota of votes? That fixed quota of votes is more than 50%. That is 50% plus 1. Half of the votes plus 1. So in this case, what will it be? 10,000 by 2 plus 1, 5,001. Whoever gets 5,001 votes is declared the winner. Let's assume 3 MPs had voted for candidate A. Every MP's vote value is 700 into 700. Let's say 2 MPs of Andhra Pradesh voted for candidate A, their vote value. 1 MP of Bihar, MLA, sorry, of Bihar voted, their vote value. You add all the vote values, sum votes received. Let's assume A gets 4,800 votes. Similarly, add for all such B receives. Let's assume that B receives 4,500 votes. Okay. Add all for C. Let's assume C receives only one vote, 700, making it 700 votes. Now, to win the election, how many votes are required to be received by the winner? 5,001 votes. Which person has received that many votes? Nobody. Nobody is the winner. So after the counting of all the votes, what we'll do, if nobody is able to get the required quota of votes, we will eliminate the worst performer. That person who got the least number of first preferences, that person is removed. So in this case, it is C. C is removed from the race, lost. Now, all the votes that C received will be transferred to the next person that the voter voted for. For example, if you go to theater and Shah Rukh Khan movie is houseful, you go and purchase ticket for the next movie, right? That's of your choice. Similarly, look at this. This voter P had voted for C as the first choice. But if C cannot become the president, then my second choice is B. So because C has been eliminated now, this B becomes the first choice and A becomes the second choice. Here also, B becomes the second choice because C is not there. Now again retransfer this vote. Now this P, for him the first choice is what now? B, because C is not there. So this vote now goes to B, transferred to B, next preference. So now B gets 700 votes. Let's add this here, 4,500 plus 700, which makes it how much? 5,200. What is required? 5,000. B gets the desired number. B is declared the winner. Are we clear on this, everybody? Okay. So basically, the point is, see, it is all there. The videos are recorded, available live. I will not say anything different. I'll say the exact same thing. If there's any confusion, you can watch the live video again and again to remove the confusion. So I have taken a very simple example of handful of people. If I had to take an example of all the candidates, we would be doing that only for the next 3-4 days. That MLA of Andhra Pradesh has voted for A, second MLA of Andhra Pradesh has voted for B. So we took a simple example. So understand with the simple example concept only. The concept here is that whenever you start counting all the votes received by people, whoever receives the lowest first preference votes is removed, and all his votes or her votes are transferred to the people who received the next preference. Like in this case, the voter P's second choice was B. If C is not there, then B is his first choice. Hence, this vote was transferred to B and not to A. Okay? Are we clear? So whenever the transfers will happen, again recounting takes place. Transfers, recounting, transfers, recounting. Somebody is saying, why are we not adding 700 to A? Adding 700 is not a joke, right? Are you getting the point here? We have added 700 here because P's vote, which was earlier meant for C, has now gone to B. That is why now, after second round of counting, B has more votes. Okay? I hope this point is clear. Great. That is all with respect to the single transferable vote. Here, single transferable vote is transferred. Single means it is transferred. All the votes are transferred to one person only. Single transferable vote. It is not that your votes are distributed among some people. Transferred. And eventually, if only two people are left, it is bound to happen that somebody will get the what? Majority. That is why we always end up with a winner. This is single transferable vote or STV. So now we know both proportional representation and single transferable vote. Don't worry, in UPSC, they won't ask you to explain the entire system. And when you have turned 60 years old and you are made the Secretary General of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, then maybe you will be helping the ECI in conducting elections. So if you have reached the age of 60 and you still can't understand STV, then I'm not sure what can be done. But as of now, this is sufficient information that you need to know. Beyond that, nothing else is required. Okay. So now we are done with the election procedure of the president. A very important question is, what if there is any dispute? What if somebody raises some concern about the elections, that cheating has happened? When people lose, they always say cheating, cheating, cheating. So who settles all the election disputes? If there is any election dispute pertaining to the election of president, for president or even vice president, VP, the disputes are to be resolved by only one court. You can only approach Supreme Court. You cannot go to any other court. Are we clear? Don't even think of going to High Court, etc. Such disputes can be resolved by Supreme Court only, exclusively by Supreme Court. Secondly, approach within 30 days of the date of publication of result. 30 days of date of publication of result. And number 3, so the point of 30 days is that don't go after 27 years. that in 1974 elections had happened, some problem? Of course not. And who can approach? Can we go and file a complaint? No, we can't. Only the candidate who has lost, of course, or the voter. Who is a voter here? Elector here can approach Supreme Court. Elector refers to the MPs or the MLAs. Now, how many electors? It should be at least 20, meaning at least 20 MPs or MLAs will have to approach. So don't think it is MP and MLA separately, it is collectively. At least 20 electors have to approach, and only then can such a petition be accepted by the Supreme Court. This is mentioned in the Constitution, a very important article, which is Article 71. Article 71, please don't forget, very important article. Article 54, Article 71, important articles. Just to clarify here, sometimes these questions are raised that if some MP seat is vacant, if some MLA seat is vacant, then will the election continue? Yes. Elections will go on in accordance with the time provided, right? It will not wait for some MP election, MLA elections. So, even if electoral college is incomplete, election for president will continue. Electoral college is incomplete, meaning what? Electoral college is incomplete, meaning some MP, some MLA is not there. In some state, assembly is not there. Maybe in some state, all the MLAs were going to go in a bus and the bus collided. MPs, MLAs passed away. Clear? In all such cases, that will not stop the election from happening. Also, very important, if Supreme Court says after being approached that sorry, election cheating had happened, election cancelled, but even if election is cancelled by Supreme Court, any bill signed by the new president will be what? Not cancelled. It will be okay. Approved or allowed and not cancelled. Meaning, if the election, this is actually mentioned in the Constitution, Article 71, Clause 2, same article, meaning that if the election of a president, of a person as a president or a vice president is declared void, cancelled by Supreme Court, all actions done by him in the exercise and performance of his powers and duties on or before the date of Supreme Court's decision, they will not be cancelled just because the election was cancelled. Whatever bill was signed by the person, they're all approved. No problem. After 10 days, my elections are cancelled. From that day onwards, I'm not the president. But for the previous 20 days, I was the president. So my actions will not be undone. Nothing will be undone. Clear on this? So this is there with respect to election disputes, all under Article 71. Very important. Clear on this? Now, moving on to the next point. Why is the election indirect? So, why is the election indirect? Somebody yesterday had said elections should be direct for the president. Firstly, election is indirect because the president is a nominal head. Nominal. What is meant by nominal? Somebody who is not a real head. No real powers. So why are we saying this person is a nominal head? We'll come to it shortly. Don't worry. And if you don't have real powers, Nehru said that it is simply going to be a wastage of unnecessary expenditure. Expenditure of what? Money and time. So why should we have the entire country voting, arrangements, EVMs, all that nonsense to elect somebody who does not even have real powers? So challenge. Second, see, in our country, the PM is a real boss. And frankly, PM is not elected by all the people of the country. Narendra Modi currently is the Prime Minister of India. So, Mr. Narendra Modi, is he elected by the entire country? No. Only people of Varanasi have voted for him and made Narendra Modi the MP, Member of Parliament in Lok Sabha. And because Narendra Modi is a head leader of BJP and more MPs of BJP won the elections, hence he became the Prime Minister. Right? But then, if you have direct elections in the country, the President of India will be the one who is chosen by the entire country. Now, he will say that I am the real boss. Only a certain area has voted for you. The entire country has voted for me. In a democracy, people who are directly elected are the ones who control the authority, okay, are the ones who exercise real powers. That's where the real power lies. So to avoid the creation of two rival powers who compete with each other uselessly, we say no need for direct elections because the PM is a real head. Then see, in the elections, all these politicians go to various states, right, across the country and campaign in the Lok Sabha elections. Now, the Lok Sabha elections will begin next year. So you'll see a lot of campaigning happening slowly and steadily. When these campaigns happen, so all these politicians, they come to these your areas and make all these false promises, make all these promises, and make all these promises that I'll do this and that. How can they make all these promises? Because if they come to power or if they win the election, they have the power to fulfill those promises. They may or may not, that is secondary. But once they come to power, they can fulfill these promises, right? But can the president promise anything? What can the president promise? Even if he comes to power, he controls nothing. So, what can he promise? I mean, I don't think he can fulfill any kind of promise. So he'll say, please vote for me. I'm a nice person. My smile is nice. Please vote for me. If you vote for me, I'll allow you entry in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. selfie with Rashtrapati, dinner with Rashtrapati. All this he can promise. Such an election will be contested on personal issues as opposed to real issues. Why? Because the person has no power. He can promise nothing substantial to people. All that he can promise is this only. Please uh, vote for me because I need your votes. I am suffering. I just want to be in the Rashtrapati Bhavan for a few years. I want to enjoy that life also. And lastly, seeking votes in elections is always seen as how do I say? I mean, slightly against the decorum of an individual's dignity, maybe going and begging in front of people, right? Going and seeking votes, all these tactics, right? Diplomacy, tactfulness, choice of words, right? Pleasing this person, pleasing that person. We want the president. We want the president to be above all this. Come on, you are the country's head. You should not go and beg for votes and all in front of people. That is why we want to elect a true statesman, a true leader who can rise above petty party politics. Okay. So this is there with respect to the elections being indirect in the country. Okay. That is there as far as a reason for the elections. Statesman, somebody who is a true leader, somebody who is a leader in his own might, who can rise above petty party politics and can respond accordingly in times of crisis. Somebody who is a neutral leader, right? Somebody who is above the the generic trials and tribulations of a common human being, right? Neutral person. Oh, somebody says, sir, does the president really rise above petty politics? That I will not comment on, please. Okay. Why is there no election for the PM directly? We'll come to that later on. Ignore Prime Minister. President only. Okay. So this is there with respect to the elections being indirect. Okay. So to help elect a politician who is rising above. Arey sir, statesman means somebody who is a politician. Simple. If I try to give you some word also, which is a nice word, you will say, what is the meaning of this word? My bad. My bad in trying to introduce a new word to you. Sorry. Okay. Politician. Ignore statesman. What is this nonsense? Ignore it. Politician. To help elect a politician who can rise above petty party politics. I think that should suffice. Okay. Done. So these are the 4 reasons. Now moving on to the other conditions. See, back in 1950s, 1960s, everybody wanted to be the president. Look at UPSC also. In our country, filling up UPSC form is a national pastime. 10-15 lakh people fill up the form. Half of them don't even turn up for the prelims. You can simply, the policeman caught you without a helmet, scolded you, and you're very angry. How dare he? No, hurt my ego. I will now become an IPS officer and teach him a lesson. You go back home, join some course. You see the syllabus and you say, oh, sorry, by mistake. It's okay. No ego. No problem. Right? So, lot of people may fill up the form, right? Or after filling up the form and wasting full year, then before the prelims exam, you say mock test score, how many marks? -3. Then you say it's okay, let me skip this year. Next year, I'll prepare properly and give my serious attempt. This can happen, right? So, but UPSC has to prepare all these 12 lakh question papers in the prelims. Wastage of money. Similarly, in the election of president, earlier, there used to be situations where 30, 40 people would give their names that please, I want to contest. I want to contest. I mean, some people had no chance of getting a single vote. Even their spouse did not know them properly. And still they wanted to become the president of India. So let's be realistic. Why to waste resources and money printing ballot paper, long ballot paper with 40 names of candidates, with all of them getting 0 votes only? So election commission, the parliament modified the laws and said, we have to, do one thing. Some limitation has to be placed. Otherwise, people can, just randomly give their name to contest for elections. So now, when you are filling up your nomination paper, that is Form 2, is called the nomination paper. There, in the nomination paper, along with that, you have to get a signature of 50 people, 50 electors, who are electors. In the election for the president, electors are MPs or MLAs. 50 people have to support your candidature. That yes, I propose the name. Support. Provide support. That yes, I am proposing this person's name. 50 people. Not just that. Another 50 people have to become seconders. Seconders approve the proposer. That yes, I also agree with this name. Very good person. 50 proposer, 50 seconders. 100 signs are required of MP or MLA. A common person cannot get a sign of single MP or MLA. And you are saying 100 MP MLAs. So only serious candidates will be able to contest elections. So non-serious people this way are eliminated. I hope now you understand the meaning of this meme also. Okay. So proposers and seconders are both who? MPs or MLAs. 50 electors are proposers, 50 electors are seconders. Who is the elector here? Should I repeat again and again? Elector is what? Elector means MP or MLA when it comes to the elections for the president. This is not in the constitution. This is mentioned under section 5B of the Presidential and the Vice Presidential Elections Act. Okay, no need to mug up the section, not important. Apart from this, as I said, seconders, I don't think some of you are really paying the attention here. Seconders are those people who are approving the proposer. Think of this. I say I am supporting Narendra Modi. You say I am supporting this person, support to Narendra Modi. I am the proposer, you are the seconder. Simple. Seconder, proposer. Proposer, seconder. This is how it is. Proposer is supporting the name, proposing a name. And seconder is approving the proposer's proposal. Clear? Okay. Please, early morning, don't sleep. Have some coffee, tea. Okay? Seconders are also, of course, yeah, come on. Be serious. Read this phrase mentioned here. Read all these things mentioned here. Electors. So what's the point of getting this question and confirmation? Are seconders also MPs? Of course. Are seconders MLAs also? Of course. You can ask this question 1,000 times. Can Andhra Pradesh MLA become seconder? Of course. Can Tripura MLA become seconder? Of course. We can do this the entire day. I hope you understood the gist. Second thing is also that some kind of caution money is required. School days, college days, PG, etc. All these people take caution money. That what if your kid breaks something in the science lab, right? And the kid trying to create some kind of scientific experiment. You break chair, table, fan, all these things. Typical behavior. In school days, we think breaking things is the task of a true student. So when you uh, uh, want to contest for the elections of the president, some money is required. How much money? 15,000 rupees. 15,000 rupees will be the security deposit which is submitted to RBI. Now, you will get this money back. Don't worry. Don't cry. You will get this money back. But if you do not get even 1/6 of the votes required to win the election, then sorry, this money is gone. If you do not get even 1/6 of the votes required to win the election, money is forfeited. Will not be returned. So money is lost. I mean, 15,000 rupees, let's be serious. Come on. It's nothing. The real criteria is this. Okay? Real criteria is this. Any 50 MPs, MLAs can become proposers. Any 50 MPs, MLAs can become seconders. You can become only a proposer or seconder. Can't become both. Then for one candidate only. Two things. You can't become both, and you can be a proposer seconder for one candidate only. Okay. So these are some other conditions. Now moving on to qualifications. What are the qualifications required? The qualifications are mentioned under Article 58. Article not really important. Don't go crazy for the articles. I'm just mentioning them in case somebody wants to read the original constitution. You have to be a citizen of India. You should have minimum age of 35 years. You should be qualified. You should not be just be qualified for election as a member of Lok Sabha. You should be qualified, not be an MP, just be eligible. Difference. You should not become an MP. You should just be qualified to be an MP. And what is this qualification? It basically refers to the name should be in the voter list of any parliamentary constituency. Meaning, your name should be in the voter list of any Lok Sabha constituency across the country. There is something called voter list where all the voters' names are mentioned. Your name should be there in that voter list. Simple. Okay. This is what is required. Apart from it, you should not be holding any office of profit. We'll discuss office of profit under module parliament. So don't worry what is office of profit in detail later on. Right now, just understand, office of profit refers to any kind of post where you are getting some kind of benefit from the government, profit from government. India or state, central state doesn't matter. For example, IS officer, IS officers getting salary from government, office of profit. Government contractor who is a contract to build a bridge, office of profit. Why? Because he is performing government's function, getting money from government, contract from government. So any post where the government has appointed you, government can remove you, government pays your salary, you are performing government functions, government controls your functions, all such posts are called office of profit. Details under chapter Parliament. Then oath or affirmation. So every person who becomes the Indian president, after becoming the Indian president, takes an oath. Okay. And the Indian president, the oath is administered by, who is this person? This person is CJI, Chief Justice of India. So at that point of time, N.V. Ramanna was the Chief Justice of India, not the current CJI. So the oath is administered by the Chief Justice of India, or if he is not there, senior most Supreme Court judge. That person administers oath. Okay. What's the oath? IAB. AB is the name. You have your name here. Read your name. Do swear in the name of God. If you believe in God, if you don't believe in God, I solemnly affirm, if you are atheist, logical person, that I will faithfully execute the office of president or discharge the functions of the president of India and will to the best of my ability. What's the task of the president? Preserve, protect, and defend the constitution. Mind you, it is the constitutional obligation of the Indian president to preserve, protect, and defend the Indian constitution and the law, and that I will devote myself to the what? To the service and well-being of the people of this country. This is the oath or affirmation taken by the Indian president after getting elected. Indian presidents are not required to take any oath before contesting elections. Are we clear on this? You have to take an oath after you win the election. That's it. Now, conditions of office. Once you become the Indian president, what advantages, what benefits? Number one, you are given rent-free accommodation in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is just one room in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and you are given this for 5 years rent-free, full enjoyment. Okay. Of course, we can't collect rent from the president. If we ask him to pay the rent, his coming 7 generations will keep on paying rent only. So, of course. Then, her emolument, salary, and allowances are charged. What the hell is this charged? On CFI, what nonsense? CFI. What is this CFI? Charged CFI. Don't panic. Don't panic at all. Don't get in the Abhijit zone. Relax. I'll come to it shortly. Firstly, the salaries and allowances of the Indian president, they are determined by the parliament. Parliament decides the salary of the Indian president. Now, before we discuss how much money the Indian president makes, let us see what is this consolidated fund of India. On a side note, important topic, funds. See, look at your life also. When you are given some money by your parents or your employer, whatever, you keep that money in your account, bank account. You may have multiple bank accounts, all collectively in your name. Similarly, when the government receives money through taxes, through loan repayment, all these things, where does the government keep the money? They also must have an account, a bank account. Of course, the government does not have single account. It is not that there is some truckload of money parked in the garage of our PM's house. No, but across the entire country, in various banks, accounts are opened in the name of government. All of them collectively are known as Consolidated Fund of India, CFI. This is mentioned under Article 266, Clause 1. And similarly, all the states can also have their CFS, Consolidated Fund of the States. Okay, for just to point this out, for example, let us say tomorrow, no, not tomorrow immediately, but in future, you become the district magistrate. Okay, and you are being sent 10 crore rupees to purchase computers for all the government schools in your district. You can't purchase it on the same day. It may take some days, some months. Tender process is there. You ask the various shopkeepers to give you the rate and all these things. Will take some time. My point is very simple. If the money is given to you, where do you keep the money? 10 crore rupees. Do you keep the money in your own account? No, 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 no. Please don't keep the money in your own account. Okay? It amounts to criminal misappropriation of funds. Under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, it can result in jail sentence as high as 10 years also in certain cases. So please don't keep the money in your own account. You have to open an account in the name of the government in some bank. Right? You can try this in future. You try to keep the money in your account and you'll get to know when the case is filed against you. Okay? So that is it. So this is called CFI, or for the states, CFS. It is a fund to which all receipts are credited, come into it. Okay? And all payments are debited, go out of it. So every single penny you can think of is kept in CFI for the center, separately for the states. Every state has a separate fund called CFS. Okay. Then this also would include, for example, all revenues received by Government of India, all loans raised by Government of India by issue of treasury bills, etc. You'll be studying all these terms in your economics classes. But the point is, if the government receives any kind of revenue, any kind of loan, or repayment of loan, so all this money is kept by the government in various banks. The government staff keep the record. Bank just has one account in their branch, which is a government account. That's it. Now, all the legally authorized payment, for example, the entire budget, all government schemes. So all the legally authorized payments on behalf of the Government of India are made out of this fund. Every single penny is spent from CFI. Every single penny is taken out of CFI only, the main account of the government. In short, CFI is like your bank account. Okay, like you pay money from your bank account for everything. Your Google Pay is linked to some account and all transactions take place from there only. Similarly, the government has an account called CFI. That's it. Now, we have to also ensure that the government does not waste money. Like your account. From your account, if you want to take out money, what is required? PIN, passport, ATM card and ATM PIN, Google Pay PIN, Phone Pay PIN. These are checks required. Similarly, to take out money from CFI, what is required? Parliament's permission is required. Full parliament will pass a bill, right? And then only can you take out money from CFI. No money out of this fund can be appropriated. Appropriate means to withdraw. Taken out except in accordance with a parliamentary law. This is actually Article 266 only, but clause 3. That to take out money from CFI, what is required? Parliamentary approval is required. Without Parliament's permission, you cannot take out money from CFI. It's just there to keep a check on the government. Otherwise, they'll take out money and waste it. This was CFI. Next is Public Accounts of India. Article 266, Clause 2. And same thing for states also. Plus states. Article 266, Clause 2. Okay. So what is this PAI? Every other public money other than what is kept in CFI goes to PAI. It is our money. So government runs various schemes. For example, those who work would know PPF, Public Provident Fund. Your parents would know something called Kisan Vikas Patra, a fixed deposit scheme in the post offices, or schemes like Atal Pension Yojana, schemes like Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, where we deposit or keep our money with the what? Government. This money is kept in the PAI, Public Accounts of India. Now, if you want to close your PF account, let's say you want to close your PF account, you go to the bank, fill a form, want to close it, the bank will send the form to the Treasury Department that please, sir, sign this form. The officer there signs it, and now the account is closed. The bank says, come on, take this money, go invest it, and you can take out your money. Simple. But understand this very basic point. I mean, just because you have to take out your money from the bank, from your account, which is some government scheme, do you think a parliamentary sitting should be there? All the MPs are being called. Why? Because Mr. ABC wants to take out money from his account for his marriage purpose. Hey, come on. The parliament will not sit just to approve Mr. ABC's son or daughter is getting married. They want a pre-wedding photo shoot, so they are taking out PF account money. Of course not. This account is operated by executive action. Government order. No need to get any bill passed in the parliament. That is why this account does not require any parliamentary approval. And such payments are mostly in the nature of what? Banking transactions. PAI, Public Accounts of India. But then there are situations where you would want to spend money immediately. I mean, see, from the CFI, government gets to spend money from here, but then you also need parliamentary approval. Sometimes the houses will not be in session, like right now. You have to spend money urgently. MPs cannot come and approve immediately. What if you want to spend money immediately? Is there some scope? Yes, there is. There is some scope. What is the scope? Contingency Fund of India. This is the scope. Contingency for some kind of unforeseen emergency. Government gets and government has how much money? Rupees 30,000 crores are there in the Contingency Fund of India since 2022. Earlier, it had 500 crore rupees. Now, of course, it is not mandatory to create a Contingency Fund of India. See, CFI, PI, mandatory, constitutionally. But Contingency Fund can be created, right? If the Parliament wants, it can create a Contingency Fund of India. So here, Contingency Fund of India plus states not mandatory, and the article is 267. So in our country, the Parliament has created a Contingency Fund of India, which is called Contingency Fund only. So under the law called Contingency Fund of India Act 1950. And this fund is given to the president and president, you spend the money. Why is it required? He can make advances, spend money out of it to meet unforeseen circumstances which you could not plan for. For example, pandemic, for example, war, etc. Okay, you will be studying about these terms under budget. Don't worry. As of now, just remember that Contingency Fund of India, money is there which can be spent without any parliamentary approval. But very important, after you have spent the money, because urgency was there, later on the Parliament must approve it, pending its authorization by the Parliament. So the difference here is that here also ultimately approval required, but here approval from Parliament post expenditure. What is post expenditure? After spending the money, not before. Like in CFI, before spending the money. Contingency fund, after spending the money. Clear? Now, this fund is held by the finance secretary. This person who is a secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs. Who is a secretary? Secretary is a senior most IAS officer in any ministry. So, see, in reality, the government spends the money, but we say that the president, you keep the money. Remember in your uh, childhood days, when all these people, relatives, they came to your house, and some nice ones, when they left, they gave you some money also. Remember those good old days of relatives giving money, right? So when the money was given, our moms, as soon as a relative left, would take the money, right? And tell us, don't worry, this is your money only. I am just keeping it. Though later on we never got to see the money, ever. That's the same thing. The government spends the money but says, President, it's your money. I am just spending it on your behalf. That's it. Okay. And for anyone who is asking, what if Parliament does not approve? Makes no sense. Parliament has to approve it. Okay, it is mandatory. So it makes no sense. And don't worry, you'll understand in future that this is a money bill. So in the Lok Sabha, it will be approved. There is no possibility of Parliament not approving it. Then that's a bigger problem. I hope this point is clear now. So all these three accounts. Contingency. Tawfiq loves asking these words. As I said in the beginning only, contingency means unforeseen expenditure. Okay. And who will sign this check? There is not one check to be signed. Finance secretary will sign that check if you are asking, okay, to take out money from the account. And then correspondingly, people who are given the money, they also sign the check to spend money. If the government gives you 10 crore rupees to purchase computers, who is signing the check? You also sign the check. So there are multiple people who will be spending the money at multiple levels. Contingency Fund of India and the states. And where does money come from? In this contingency fund, money comes from, of course, CFI only. Money comes from CFI. Clear? Okay. So these are the three accounts that are there with the government. So now you know that every single penny is spent by the government from CFI only, including your salary, president's salary, PM salary, everything is taken out from CFI, the Consolidated Fund of India. So her emolument, salary, and allowances are charged on which account? CFI. The money comes from CFI. Okay. So this is with respect to the Consolidated Fund of India. Now, what is charged? See, charged, a type of expenditure called charged expenditure. Normally, when you take out money from CFI, Parliament votes on it. Voting happens. But for charged expenditure, no voting. Only discussions can take place. This means the Parliament cannot vote and reduce the salary of president, and the salary cannot be diminished, reduced during his term of office. Whatever is the salary that comes from the CFI for certain people like the president, Supreme Court judge, High Court judge, speaker, deputy speaker, all such people, their salaries are charged on CFI. No voting. You can discuss but can't reduce it. Clear? Okay. So this is with respect to the conditions of office. Now I hope you know what is CFI and what is charged. Solve this question, a very difficult and complicated question. And please, I'll give you 30 seconds of time to also mark your correct answer. So please mark the answer. Yes, everybody who is from the government gets salary from CFI only. MLA will get salary from CFS, their state. Why center? 74% mark correct. B. Parliament of India is the right answer. Authorization, permission for withdrawing funds from CFI comes from where? Who authorizes? Of course, the Parliament of India. Okay. One simple question. MP's salary comes from which account? Tell me, right, please. Don't waste time. Quickly. Type. Okay. CFI. Very good. Great. Now stop typing. MLA's salary comes from which account? MLA's salary comes from CFS. That is for the state, not the center. Okay, very good. Great. Now, since we are discussing the salary, let me just clarify. Their salaries are also mentioned in one schedule of the Indian Constitution called Schedule 2. So we had seen yesterday Schedule 7. What is Schedule 7? Schedule 7 is a list where you have the subjects in the union list, state list, and concurrent list. Now, Schedule 2. Schedule 2 comprises of names of certain people whose salaries are mentioned here. Okay. So, the president's salary is mentioned here. Now, for those who want to know what is he earning, presidents earn 5 lakh rupees per annum. No. Per month. Per mensum, per month. Engineers, don't be shocked and surprised. It is not some annual CTC package and all. Please. Then, governors, their salary is mentioned 3.5 lakhs per month. Then, presiding officers of the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, state assemblies, councils, their salary is also mentioned. And because of this, the presiding officer in the Rajya Sabha, the chairman is also the VP, Vice President of India. Their salary is mentioned here, which is actually 4 lakh rupees per month. Then judges, presiding officer is the boss of the house. Speaker, presiding officer. Chairman of the legislature is called presiding officer. Judges of Supreme Court, judges of high courts. CJI gets a salary of 2.85 lakhs. Other Supreme Court judges get a salary of 2.5 lakhs. Chief Justice, High Court, salary of 2.5 lakhs. Other High Court judges get a salary of 2.25 lakhs. And finally, CAG, they get the salary same as Supreme Court judge. Clear? So all these people's salaries are mentioned in schedule 2. Let's have a look. Don't worry, CAG, you'll be studying this under governance topic separately, comptroller and auditor general. Look at this second schedule, salary mentioned here. The president is paid how much money? 10,000 rupees. Oh, not right now. At that point of time. Okay? Not right now. Now, coming to term of president's office. For how long can somebody be the president? So tenure is mentioned. The tenure is 5 years, which is mentioned under Article 56. So before 5 years, you will have to conduct elections for the new president. Okay? And people are eligible for re-election any number of times. How many times can you be the Indian president? Any number of times, no limit. But as a convention, we are following that we should have a president for only one term. In fact, we have not had presidents for more than one term ever, except the first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, who was the president for 2 terms, 1952 and 1957. But beyond that, we have never had a president for more than one term. Okay, we keep on changing. We like a new face in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Just to compare, in say USA, the tenure is 4 years, and maximum 2 times only. In France, tenure is 5 years, maximum 2 times consecutively. So in other countries, you have some maximum limit. But in India, a person can become president any number of times. So right now, from 2022 to 2027, Srimati Draupadi Murmu is the president. Term number 1. Can she become the president again? 2027 to 2032. Tell me yes or no. Yes, she can. Can she become the president again? 2032 to 2037. Yes or no? Yes. And you can do this drama till you want. Okay? She can continuously become the president. There is no upper cap, no ceiling, no limit. Done? Now coming to vacancy in the office. Oh, somebody asked a question. Sir, what the presidents do after a term of president ends? Nice. Philosophical question. What is their life like? They are given a quarter, a bungalow with some office and staff, and they live their remaining life happily or unhappily if they want to. That's their choice. Personal. Right to privacy. Okay. Now, vacancy in office. How can the office become vacant? The office can become vacant on these 5 parameters. Number 1, expiry of tenure. If the tenure comes to an end, 5 years are over. If 5 years are over, then we have to have a new president. But sometimes the elections can get delayed also. Let's say country is at war. India is fighting a war with China. We will not have elections right now. We can delay it. Then in that time gap, who becomes the president? The previous president continues. So we say that in case of delay in elections. Previous president continues beyond 5 years. So you can continue beyond 5 years also, in case there is some delay. Okay. So on the expiry of his or her tenure, or by her resignation, if our president resigns today. Now, one thing, if she resigns, she has to submit the resignation or let's not write submit, let's write address. VP. And the VP has to refer it to the or inform, communicate immediately to the Speaker Lok Sabha. Okay. Clear? Election, etc. Any other factor, delay happened due to any other factor, the former president continues. Third point, on a removal. So we follow a procedure called impeachment. We'll discuss it shortly. What is impeachment? Somebody asking who is VP? Nirbhay? No. Anjali. VP means vice president. I'm so sorry. I wrote VP here. For those who don't understand, VP is vice president. In all future references, VP, vice president. Then a seat can become vacant if somebody dies by her death, possible, or illness, gets disqualified, etc. Now, the first point is a very logical one. After every 5 years, elections are held because the tenure is 5 years only. But these things are actually sudden events. Yes or no? Death is sudden, resignation sudden. So how do we handle such a situation? If suddenly we need, the president is no longer there, who will sign the bills? Why do you think the VP communicates it to Speaker so that the House is told president has resigned, who will sign the bill? So what we do is VP, vice president, takes over as the president in the meantime. But for maximum 6 months, within which what? Elections must be conducted. Okay. So this is there. So VP can become the president of India, but only an acting president, because he acts only for 6 months, not completely for the remaining tenure. Okay. That is why every time, let us say the president dies at any point of time, the VP becomes the president, but for 6 months only. Within those 6 months, you have to have elections again, elections for the new president. Okay. And what if she wants to resign before tenure? Can we see this word resignation here? Is it possible for us to see this word resignation? It is allowed, right? You can resign at any point of time. Nobody is forcing you. One more thing, when it comes to the president, let's say the president dies. Zakir Hussain passed away while in office. Okay. At that point of time, VV Giri became the president. He was a VP. VV Giri. Later on, VV Giri resigned from the post of president, also saying, no. I will contest elections and will become president for 5 years. Sorry. And he resigned. Now the question was, if there is no president, then who becomes the president? VP. If there is no VP, then who becomes the president? Nothing was mentioned in the constitution. This was Article 65. Article 65. But if the VP is also not there, then who becomes the president? Then, as per a law, there is a law called President Discharge of Functions Act 1969. CJI becomes the acting president. If CJI is not there, now who is CJI? For our innocent people here, CJI, Chief Justice of India. If CJI is not there, then next judge, next senior most judge. If he is not there, next senior most judge. If he is not there, next senior most judge. We have 34 judges in Supreme Court. If all 34 judges are not there, then we don't know. But then the bigger question is, what is happening to all these judges that they're dying? Clear? So this is there. And let me remind you, this is not mentioned in the constitution. In the constitution, it is limited only to the VP becomes the acting president. Clear? So that's it. Now, from all these points, one point is important. What is that point? That point is removal. How do we remove this person? So there is a separate article for this which governs the entire process of removal, that is called impeachment. Article 61. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break. After the break, we'll see as to how to impeach the Indian president. Okay, break please. Be back at 8. Welcome back, guys. Soumya, but President VP, yes, they are exempted, but VV Giri resigned and wanted to contest comprehensively, devote his time toward it, so he resigned. That's it. VP, after acting as president after 6 months, can go back to, no, not can, will go back to resume his duties. Of course. What is the reason, Anshu, behind resignation as the president? Reason? How do we know the reason? We are simply saying if you want to resign, resign. Should you not give an option for somebody? Maybe some family reason. Maybe the person doesn't want to work. Sai Geetika, when the VP acts as a president, he is the president. So all actions taken by him or her will continue to remain in force. Don't need reapproval or anything like that. Tara, so I did take optional PSI. Which book can I refresh? What is this, Tara? Bhavya, in that case, the deputy chairperson acts as a chairperson. And for all those people, Ilyas, and all those who are asking, once the VP becomes a president, then who takes over the chairmanship of Rajya Sabha? We have a deputy chairperson there for all these things. Don't worry. See, Kishan, and you are talking about an extreme situation, right? What if it happens that VP has become the president and there is a war where that India is fighting? We can't have elections. Of course, if we can't have elections, we'll modify things accordingly, right? What if the war continues for 20 years? Then what happens? What if India has no money to conduct elections? What if can continue, right? I can only tell you what are the provisions. For example, we had the provision that the VP becomes the president. If there is no VP, then what happens? So at that point of time in 1969, we made a law immediately. Simple. So whenever such extreme situations happen for which nothing is mentioned anywhere, a law can be made by the parliament. As simple as that. Rohit, sir, does president get salary after end of tenure? Why will you get a salary after end of tenure? You get pension. Jyoti, sir, CGI will become president where it is mentioned. So, Jyoti, on the screen only, this is mentioned as per. Can you see this mentioned here? I don't think it's that challenging, right? Shruti, if they resign, pension, yes. Removal, no. Okay. Tara, address your concerns to the experts, mail it, and then a response will come. Mail me your concern, I'll respond it. Right now in the class, why should I respond to your PSIR doubt? Now, one more question. Aditya, in the case of war, president died, VP died, then what happened? CGI dies. Next Supreme Court judge, he also dies. If all 34 judges die, we'll make some law and have somebody become the president. What's so a big deal there? Okay. Now let's move on to impeachment, Article 61. See guys, for the articles, have some patience. Like in the case of first module, towards the end of the basic concepts, I told you the important articles. Here also, at the end of the module, I'll be telling you which articles are important. Remembering those articles only will be required. You don't need to know other articles. Simple. For example, Article 54 is important, Article 71 is important, Article 60 is important, Article 61 is important. These four articles are important as of now. Okay. Now coming to impeachment, what's the impeachment? Impeachment is a procedure to punish a person through the legislature. Impeachment. What's the reason? Ground. Why would we impeach the president? So ground means reason. Manner means process. So on what reason or ground should we impeach the president? Violation of the constitution. And what is meant by violation of constitution? It is not defined. So we don't know what is exactly the meaning of violation of constitution. What's the process? The process can start in either house. Either house meaning Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, any house. But if you want to start the procedure, then at least 1/4 of the members of that house have to give collective notice. A single MP cannot get up and say, I want to remove the president, I want to impeach the president. No, no. 1/4 MPs have to give a notice like this. 1/4. And you have to also give 14 days prior notice to the president that, sir, ma'am, we are going to remove you, impeach you. You please pack your bags, call the movers and packers. You can't surprise the president, right, ma'am? Surprise, removed. No, this won't happen. Okay, you can't surprise them. You have to inform them beforehand only. Okay. Then, once this process starts, the charges, the voting takes place in the house that should we impeach in that house. After this voting is done, the proposal is sent to the other house. In the other house, again, the charges, the allegations are discussed. Okay. And finally, voting takes place again in the other house. And after the voting is done in both the houses, the president stands removed or impeached from the date of the approval of the procedure in the what? Procedure in the houses. So this process can start in either house. If it starts in Lok Sabha, then if in Lok Sabha, then 1/4 of 543 members. If it starts in Rajya Sabha, then 1/4 of 245 members. Every MP takes part in the impeachment process. Clear? So let us assume this process starts in Lok Sabha. Let's assume in the Lok Sabha, 1/4 MPs, 1/4 out of 543, right? They will start by giving a notice to the speaker and also inform the president 14 days before that we are going to bring a notice for your impeachment. Then after 14 days, voting takes place in the Lok Sabha, that house. I am just giving an example of Lok Sabha. Okay, please don't ask me, sir, what if it starts in Rajya Sabha? Exact procedure, no difference. Then The voting takes place in the Lok Sabha. Members approve by what majority? They approve by not less than two-third. Not less than two-third. Meaning at least two-third people have to approve. 2 by 3 into 543 or 2 by 3 into 245. In both the houses separately, this is required. So, voting takes place. After voting, approval takes place. It is sent to the other house, Rajya Sabha here. Rajya Sabha can again investigate the charges, the allegations. Charges means allegations. And then voting takes place in the other house. Again, Rajya Sabha, if it is passed, the president is removed, or the right word to use is impeached. Okay, this is there. Now, Chinmay, sir, two-third and one-fourth, both ratios to be rounded upwards or downward figure. Not less than. Read this and now tell me upward or downwards. It will always be upwards only. Why downwards? If you round it to downwards, it won't be two-third. So it has to be two-third or more. Clear? This is with respect to impeachment. So only the MPs take part in the impeachment, not the MLAs. And all the MPs take part in the impeachment, not just the elected MPs. Clear? That's it. Article 61, impeachment. Solve this question. Asked in 1996. A lot of you marked the answer wrong. Why? Which one of the following is a part of Electoral College for elections? Electoral College. Okay, for elections. MPs in the Lok Sabha, MP in the Rajya Sabha, and MLA. Yes or no? Now, in the impeachment, who takes part? MP of the Lok Sabha, MP of the Rajya Sabha, and that's it. Okay. So, which one of the following is a part of the college for election but not for impeachment? So MLAs are a part of election, but not for impeachment. So D is the right answer, not C, because councils take part neither in election nor in impeachment. Clear? So D is the answer. Clear on this? Okay. Question seems easy. Nirbhay, sir, are you ignore Nirbhay? Firstly, guys, for all people, don't make all these statements. Sir, are you deliberately trying to ignore my question? I don't know you personally. No special love or hatred towards anyone, right? So don't have this feeling that the world revolves around me only. That's not true. Let's come down slightly. Secondly, I go through the questions while I'm teaching. If I can see that there's some big issue, I will address it. Otherwise, experts are there. If you want me to address it, write it specifically that I want only the faculty to answer it. Nobody else should answer my question. Then I can. The screen goes fast, and if I keep on scrolling the questions only, I can't teach. And have this basic understanding. Now, look at this. C is also correct because it is not a part of election and impeachment. But look at the question, Anjali. Should be a part of impeachment elections. What's the question? What are you saying? So, assemblies and councils, difference and all we'll discuss later on when we study the chapter state legislature, difference later on. As of now, only focus on the question. Yes, so Nirbhay, what was the question? Ask me again. Let's see what was the question. Are we clear? Now, please respond in the answer. Uh, which MPs take part in the removal, impeachment, but not in elections? Please write. Impeachment means removal. Okay, fair. So we have some understanding. What is this UT and all? Nominated. Nominated members take part in what? Take part in the impeachment, but not in the election. Very good. Great. So with this, we are done with the elections and the removal, all such things. Now coming to what? Powers and functions. Powers and functions of our president. Now see, you will see that the powers are categorized into executive power, legislative power, judicial power. We have categorized it in the books and in the PPTs for understanding. Okay, the constitution has not categorized all these things. Are we clear? The constitution does not categorize these powers into such categories. There is only one power, and that is called legislative power of the president, which I'll teach you separately. Clear? Okay. But right from the very first day yesterday, we have been constantly saying the same thing. President has no real power. President has no real power. So, of course, some of you yesterday were saying also why he has no real power. Where is the proof? Now I'll tell you why we say that the president is a nominal head. There is an Article 74. Please pay attention now. Article 74, Clause 1. This is the crux of parliamentary system in the country. What is this Article 74? There is a president in the country. The president actually works on the aid and advice of the COM. What is COM? Council of Ministers, meaning all the ministers. headed by the Prime Minister. They give advice to the President and he acts accordingly. This was originally the part of Article 74. Now, my simple question is the advice binding on the President? Nothing was mentioned in the Constitution. So, the Constitution was silent. But in 1976, this aid and advice was made binding on the President. What is the meaning of this? The meaning is that now the President was bound to follow the advice given by the Prime Minister. The PM says, sir, sign this order. President says, okay, PM, you are the boss, no real power, and signs the order. This was done by 42nd Amendment Act 1976. 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Then after emergency, Janata Party came to power in 1977. Janata Party said that, if the PM gives an advice to the President, what if the President does not like the advice? Can he ask the PM to at least reconsider? No. So Janata Party said, let's make a change. Let's give the President some opportunity that if he does not like the advice, can send back once for reconsideration. So the President can send it back once that PM, I don't like the advice. You are telling me to sign this order. Sorry, I can't. You please check once. Fair enough. But the problem is if the PM says, no, sir, no, ma'am, I'm telling you to sign. You please sign, please. Right? If the PM, if sent back again, then binding on the President to follow the advice. Are we clear on this? Vejshri, that is separate, not this. That was for bills. This is for government's advice. They are two separate things. We'll discuss that separately. This was done by 44th Amendment Act 1978. Are we clear on this? So this is Article 74, Clause 1, which describes the relationship between the Indian President and the Prime Minister. Meaning what? The President follows the advice of the Prime Minister. The President has no power of his own. The decisions he takes are all told to him by the Prime Minister, which he has to follow. Yes, he can ask the PM to reconsider once, but eventually must follow the PM's advice only. Now, let me tell you something. Don't feel bad about anything like this because it is a crux of parliamentary system. Don't say, oh my God, the president has no power only. Any parliamentary system that you go to has the exact same situation. exact same situation. Are we clear? So, in a parliamentary model, also called the Westminster model, Westminster, not minister, because the Palace of Westminster, which is in central London, is is the seat of the UK Parliament. In this model, the head of state is actually a nominal head, and the head of government is the real head. De jure, de facto. Okay, so this person is the prime minister. This person can be called a president, etc. Whatever name. This is what is a parliamentary model. The crux of parliamentary model is this only. So please don't feel bad that, oh, something wrong has happened with the Indian president. Indira Gandhi, very bad. No, Indira Gandhi, very bad or good is secondary, but this was nothing wrong. Okay. I hope this point is now clear to everyone. In case of any doubt, you can always see the recorded live lecture again as many times as possible. Okay. Oh my God! Somebody is saying, why is the president occupying Rashtrapati Bhavan getting salary of 5 lakh only? Calm down, calm down, calm down. Don't be so angry. There are some places where this person may be required. Some places. Relax, relax. It's okay. 5 lakhs per month is not a big amount for the government of India. This AA, for those who are the innocent souls here, Amendment Act. Yes, Nisarga in UK Crown. Okay, clear? So I hope now you understand the situation of Article 74, that the real head of this country is the head of the government, and the head of state has no real powers. Okay. Again, Mir Shabir, don't be angry. If everything is being done by PM only, why choose president? Relax. We'll come to it. There are some places where an independent, neutral person is required and he has some real powers. Okay. Now, Hemant, sir, why there are many sub clauses in 42nd Amendment Act? Because lot of changes are made through that amendment only in the Indian Constitution. Okay. Let's read Article 74. What is mentioned there? Chandra Jyoti, that is a question best left for governance classes. Once you study the US system, then we'll discuss there what is better, parliamentary or presidential. Council of Ministers to aid and advise the president. Please follow. There shall be a council of ministers with the prime minister at the head to aid and advise the president. Okay. So there shall be a council of ministers with the prime minister at the head to aid and advise the president. Who shall? Shall means what? when you see the word shall, it means mandatory. Always remember, shall means mandatory. Who shall, in the exercise of his functions, act in accordance with such advice. That is why I was saying that, this word from here till here, this phrase was added in the 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Okay. But Janata Party came to power. It added one more provision, provided that the president may require the Council of Ministers to reconsider such advice. Reconsider, either generally or otherwise. And the president shall act in accordance with the advice tendered after such reconsideration. Meaning, this phrase from here till here, this was the reconsideration one. So, yes, we are studying executive powers only, Article 74, Clause 1, Smriti, and executive powers only. This was added through the 44th Amendment Act 1978. Are we clear now? Look at this point. The president aid and advice is binding. He can send it back once, but the PM says, no, sir, I'm telling you, sign, please. Sign. He signs, binding. Okay. Advice tendered means advice given. I hope this point is clear. Everyone, right? Fazila, that's great. If you have already taken the classes, I think it is easy for you to understand everything now. Right? That should not be a problem for you, especially. No respect for the decorum of the place, etc. And just making random obscure remarks here and there. Great. So others who are more interested in studying than doing some nonsensical activities, I hope you understood Article 74. Always remember this Article 74 Clause 1. This is the crux of our parliamentary system. This is how our country functions. The real power lies with the Prime Minister, not the President. Okay? And also Clause 2. Just look at this. Clause 2. The question whether any, and if so, what kind of advice was given, tendered, meaning given, by ministers to the president, it shall not be inquired into in any court. So, what advice are you giving to the president will not be questioned in any court. Advice is secret. That's also there. This is Article 74. Solve this question first. Ritika will come to your question immediately. Yes, Anjali, absolutely correct. 30 seconds will launch the poll. 30 seconds should be, I think, sufficient. That 21% mark C as the answer. Guys, which one of the following amendments to the Indian Constitution empowers President to send back? Sending back. What is sending back? This is sending back. 44th one. Binding is 42nd. Sending back is 44th. D is the right answer. Okay? Not C. Now, please also answer a simple question. When the president is not being given real powers, then if things go wrong, let's say the train accident happened in Odisha, or whatever, unemployment, GDP issues, whatever happens in the country and things go wrong, should we blame the president because he's signing the order? Tell me. Of course not. No real power, no punishment. Makes more sense. That is why we have a provision of immunity to the president. There is a separate article called Article 361, another very important article, which means immunity is given to the Indian president. This article also covers governors. What kind of immunity? You will be surprised with the immunity that you will find in the coming slides. First point, of course, makes sense. The president or governors shall not be answerable to any court for the exercise and performance of the powers and duties. Of course, why? How dare you question the president? But all the decisions are actually being taken by the prime minister. I am only signing it here, and you are questioning me only why things are going wrong. So please, the president and governor will not be answerable to any court for things done going wrong. They can't. So imagine a situation if some corruption takes place in some ministry. The minister says, "Why are you scolding me? Call the president. He signed the order." He signed the order because you told him to sign. That's why he signed the order. Right? First one makes sense. Apart from it, the presidents and governors, senior most functionaries. So, as a mark of respect, no criminal proceedings whatsoever shall be instituted or continued against the president in any court during his term of office. While the president is in office or governor is in office, if they commit a crime also, a case cannot start against them. Or if a case was already pending against them in some court and they become the president or governor, that case has to stop right now. Clear on this? So, see, this provision is there as a mark of respect for top dignitaries. Of course, a president will not commit some crime. That's it. Any kind of criminal proceedings in the court, you cannot file a criminal case against the president. That is what is meant by criminal proceedings. You cannot file a criminal case against the president while they are in office. Or if a criminal case was going on, that case will have to stop. Now, this provision is there as a mark of respect for these top posts. But our governments and politicians, misuse all these provisions. Back in 1990s, in the central government, there was a minister called Sheila Kaul, and her name featured in some scam or allegation of corruption. She resigned and she was asked she was made the governor of Himachal Pradesh. Resigned and made the governor of Himachal Pradesh. When she was made the governor of Himachal Pradesh, what happened? While you are a governor, no criminal case pending against you will also be allowed to continue. Cannot continue also. Look at this. Is this why we have a provision like this? To save some wrong people? After 20 years, in the 2010s, one more Sheila Dixit, her name featured in the CWD scam. Again, she was made the governor. So this is how they misuse the provisions. It was meant as a mark of respect and dignity for people. Not that some pending case is there. Let's make him governor. Now case can't be filed only. Right? So that's it. And third, very interesting. No process for the arrest or imprisonment of the president shall issue from any court during his term of office. What's the meaning of this? If today you commit a crime, you kill somebody, was asking, can the president kill the PM? Can, of course. Will, never, I believe. So if the president kills somebody also, you cannot arrest them while they are in office. What do? You firstly impeach them, then arrest them. So while the president is in office, they cannot even be arrested. No criminal case, no arrests whatsoever. Are we clear on this, everyone? This is the level of immunity being given to our president. Lastly, no civil case can also be filed. No, but civil case can be filed. Can be filed after 2 months notice. So civil case can be filed after 2 months notice. Criminal case cannot be filed. And yes, for those who are asking, of course, once the tenure is over, they will be punished according to the law. No problem there. But while they are holding the post, you can't punish them. Simple. And see, the difference between the civil and the criminal case is that a civil case is where the relief is on account of some compensation, etc., some post, etc. You have to pay some damages. That's called a civil case, right? Criminal case is where the relief is on account of punishment. You are imposed some fine, a jail sentence. That's called a criminal case. Civil case simply refers to what? A case where some kind of monetary compensation will be paid. No jail sentence, no fine, anything. Done? Tawfiq, sir, this point actually means that while the president or the governor is in the post, you cannot arrest them. Okay? You cannot arrest them. And the fourth point means that a civil case can be filed, but after giving them notice of 2 months. Okay? That's it. No, non-compoundable and civil cases are not the same. Why will non-compoundable and civil cases be the same? Right? Compoundable means petty offenses. Non-compoundable means serious offenses actually. You are confused there, but compoundable is also criminal only. It has got nothing to do with civil and all. Tara, Supreme Court can Fasi to the president. What is Fasi? Can give Fasi or hanging? No. Not while they are in their office. Innocent questions. You cannot punish the president while he is in office. You have to firstly impeach. That is why this immunity is there. Yes or no? Immune from jail, immune from punishment, immune from criminal case, all these things. Immune from being questioned in the court. Okay, that's it. Moving on. Now to the executive powers. First up, please understand, in our country, who is a nominal head, the so-called rubber stamp? The president. All executive actions of the government of India are formally taken in the name of the formally taken in the name of the president. That's point number one. Though in reality, we know what? Article 74. And one more thing, from now onwards, whenever you see the power of president, always assume it is Article 74, meaning power of prime minister. I'll repeat. From now onwards, whenever you see something is a power of president, always assume it is Article 74. It is not the power of president. If there is any power of president, I will tell you that it is the president's power. Okay, we'll call that discretionary power. Otherwise, it is always to be assumed it is the power of the. Sir, what are you saying? Muhammad, power, not, it is not power. Sorry, power of the president. My bad. Power is the correct pronunciation, but okay, power of the president. This power of the president. So, Article 74. Second thing, we have seen Article 74 now. President to act on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. This advice is binding also. 1976 42nd Amendment Act. And the president can send back the advice once for reconsideration, right? And that was done through the 44th Amendment Act 1978. Third thing, all officers enjoy office during her pleasure. Article 310. Then the minister shall hold office during pleasure of the president. Pleasure of the president. What is this pleasure of the president? I can just see some statements and questions. Can PM slap to the president? तो president करता क्या है? I mean, why would the PM ever slap the president? And president does perform some tasks. Guys, just wait. We'll discuss some discretionary powers. And there are some situations where the president is important. Veera Babu, sir, what if he committed murder during his term? Wait, are we talking about the president or some random person? If the president commits a murder, then we have to impeach the person first and then file a case. Simple. Okay. Now let us look at what is the meaning of pleasure here. Pleasure here. What is pleasure? Pleasure means Nirbhay, sir, if president kills PM, if the president kills the prime minister, a new PM will be selected by the ruling party, will take the oaths, okay? And then impeachment process will start. We'll impeach the president and then we'll punish him accordingly. Now, pleasure of the president. Now, please hear me out. What is this pleasure of the president? There are two kinds. One is for officers. We saw all officers work on the pleasure of the president. Article 310. Now, in your service rules also, it is mentioned that it's the duty of every civil servant, every officer. Two duties. Duty of every officer. What is a duty? Duty number one. You have to be responsible towards the government. And you should be responsive to the needs of people. Two duties which are expected from you also in future. Now, if you fail to perform these duties, failure to perform the duties, this can result in what? Removal from service. Okay. So for officers, it is a part of government. So never feel that you have some contractual obligation that you have entered the service now and the government will keep on carrying your burden for the next 35, 40 years till you retire. No. If the government feels that you're not able to fulfill your objectives, the two duties, you can be summarily discharged at any point of time. You can go to court and claim that why am I discharged and all. You go to CAT and file a case and all. That is secondary, but you can be removed from service. This is called the pleasure. Till you enjoy the pleasure of the government, till you perform tasks which have been allocated to you. Okay. This is the duty with respect to officers. Now, coming to the pleasure for the ministers. This is mentioned under Article 75, Clause 2. So, pleasure of the president till the president desires, right? Till the president desires. That's what is pleasure. Now, for ministers, what does it mean? Does it mean that the president can remove ministers at any point of time? Of course not. But there are some situations where the president has some real power over ministers. Number one, in case of hung parliament. Now, before you write, what is hung parliament? Who is being hanged? Nobody is being hanged. Relax. Hung parliament means when no party gets majority. This is called hung parliament. Meaning, example, in the Lok Sabha, how many MPs are there? 543 in total. Elections take place for Lok Sabha. Okay. And that party wins the election which gets more than 50% of the votes or of the seats. So here, to be a winner, you should have how many seats? More than half. 543, half, 271.5. We cannot have 0.5 human being. So 272. Let us assume that BJP gets 250 seats. Congress gets 250 seats. And Aam Aadmi Party magically gets 43 seats. Congress 250 is also magic only, but let's assume. Which party can form the government? Tell me. No party can form the government. No party in this case has clear majority, so no party can form the government. Example of hung parliament. In this situation, the what? The president can appoint any person as a prime minister. Clear on this? Now, of course, in this situation, if Aam Aadmi Party and Congress form a coalition government, then they can. But what if the Congress? What if the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party don't come together? Madhur, sir, it seems you believe. No, I believe more in Congress here as an example. 250 seats for Congress. It's unthinkable right now. But anyway, not to offend Congress fans, anything is possible. It's politics, anything is possible. This is one case. Case number 2. Now, please hear this example. Right? Case number 2. Yes. Executive powers are going on still. In case number 2, imagine a situation where the PM has appointed or has asked the president to appoint Mr. Amit Shah as the home minister, his best friend, sorry, a very good party leader as a home minister. Now, in this situation, if the president gets some information, somebody shares him some information that the Indian home minister Amit Shah is having long WhatsApp conversations with Imran Khan from Pakistan. Good morning, good evening, good night, all these things, daily basis. Right. The president goes to the PM saying, "What is this? Your home minister is interacting with Imran Khan on a daily basis, sharing memes, etc. Good morning messages, cute dog videos, puppy videos." Wrong. Okay. PM says, "Sir, all false news, propaganda against me, false news, remove, ignore." Okay. After a few days, president again goes to get some information. This time goes to PM and says, "Your minister is having long WhatsApp video calls with Imran Khan, 6 hours video call, FaceTime every day. What is this? Remove him. I'm telling you." PM says, "Sir, all this is wrong information. Basically, he was trying to look at the photograph, profile photo, by mistake, clicked on the video call. That's the only evidence. Don't worry. All false news." Anyway, finally, the president gets some information, concrete evidence. He goes to PM and says, "Look at this. I have photographs, drone shots of the Mr. Home Minister and Imran Khan having a rooftop party together. Drone images are there. You please remove him." Now see, if the president has sufficiently warned the prime minister against some minister's behavior and the PM is still not taking any action, then the president can remove the minister to maintain the purity and ethics of administration. That is also important. Purity and ethics of administration is also important. To maintain purity and ethics of administration. But of course, it should be based on what? Concrete evidence and sufficient warning must be issued. If the PM still does not follow your advice, you please remove the minister on your own. This is actually the discretion of the president. The real power of the Indian president. This is his own power. Okay. So here in this case, it is actually the power of president, the real power, but has to be used rarely. Nadeem, is this against law to chat with? No, Nadeem, it's not against law. It is just for exaggerated effect to explain an example that I gave this example, right? Srinivasan, it is not mentioned in the constitution. It is just an explanation based on the constituent assembly debates. Pleasure of the president is not defined anywhere in the constitution. These powers, let me clarify, what is pleasure? Not defined in the constitution. Are you clear? This power is not discretionary for officers. This power is discretionary. That's the difference. I hope this point is clear for everyone, right? The pleasure of the president. See, in case of hung parliament, the president can appoint any person as the prime minister. and can ask him prove the majority, right? Jyoti in first, not collision government. Collision means colliding. Coalition. Some of you are saying coalition. This is coalition, right? Coalition government. It may be possible. It may not be possible. See, BJP and Congress will not come together. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party will not come together. What if Congress also says, I will not join hand with Aam Aadmi Party? Then what will you do? Coalition is not mandatory, right? It's an option. If two parties want to come together, it's an option. So this may or may not happen. If it happens, good. If it doesn't happen, then the president has a discretion. Discretion means real power. That is on his or her own. Okay? So that's there. Coalition. Now, somebody asked coalition meaning. Coalition means when two parties come together to form the government, that's called coalition. Clear? So this is there. So all these things are based on, again, larger understanding of how things are functioned. Now you may say, but sir, when the president chooses anybody as a prime minister, he has to prove the majority also in the house. Of course. But at the first onset, the opportunity can be given to a party and the leader to become the prime minister. That lies with the president. Now, other executive powers. She makes rules for the transaction of business of the government and also for allocating business amongst the ministers. What business? Government business. What is government business? What ministry will perform what kind of task, how to approve projects, how to approve skill development programs, all these things. This is what is government business. Okay. So she makes rules for number one, transaction of business of the government and allocation of the business. So there are two rules made. One is Government of India, transaction of business rules, and Government of India allocation of business rules. Both these rules are of 1961 only. Clear? So transaction of business rules, allocation of business rules. As I said, what kind of business? So allocating business amongst ministers. For example, task of ministers. What will be the task performed by finance minister? What are the areas where FM has power? Areas where defense minister has power? Areas where power minister has power? Areas where coal minister has power? Who allocates that? The president. Okay? This is what we refer to the allocation of business and transaction of business. What else will be government's business? Activities performed by the government, right? That is called government business. In short, distributing the tasks allocated to all the ministers. That is called allocation of business. Now, again, I am telling you, she makes rules, but in reality, who has the power? PM has the power. Article 74. Are we clear? Come back to reality again. Every time it's Article 74. If I say discretion, that's the exception. Otherwise, Article 74. Each and every time, again and again, Article 74. Now, one Article 75, she appoints a prime minister and the other ministers on the advice of prime minister. Then she appoints all the important functionaries of the country. AG, Attorney General. AG stands for Attorney General. CAG stands for, you can Google search for it. I'm spelling out the name here. Comptroller and Auditor General. CC stands for Chief Election Commissioner. EC stands for Election Commissioners. UPSC stands for Union Public Service Commission. FC stands for Finance Commission. Governors of states, every such person who is appointed by whom? The president. But again, the same old question, is the president really appointing those people? No. Article 74, on PM's advice. Are you clear? It is always the PM's advice. Okay. So, etc. All such appointments made by the president are actually done on the advice of the prime minister. Article 74. Then more executive powers. She lays down reports submitted by constitutional bodies, also statutory bodies, plus what are statutory bodies? Legal bodies. So, anyway, some comments are really hilarious. So, somebody says President Jhak marne baitha. Guys, I'm telling you, there are some discretionary powers. Don't give up on the president so quickly. He does enjoy some real powers. We'll come to it shortly. Okay. Now, when it comes to laying down reports, basically any body, for example, CAG, ECI, UPSC, Finance Commission, etc., NHRC, right? NCW, any such statutory body, constitutional body, all such bodies give their report to the president, and the president lays down the report, tables the report in the parliament. That's it. Then she can also appoint a commission to investigate into the conditions of SC, STs, OBCs. And this is Article 263, wherein she can appoint an interstate council to promote center-state and interstate cooperation, right? To settle disputes, improve coordination, discuss areas of common interest, so on and so forth. Okay. Then she directly administers the UTs. So all the UTs are administered by a person called administrator, but they are appointed by the president. Okay. This is Article 239. Then she can declare any area as a scheduled area. Don't worry, what is a scheduled area? We'll discuss that later on when we study Schedule 5 and Schedule 6. Okay. Lastly, the last executive power is Article 78. It shall be the duty of the Prime Minister to give information to the President. The PM's constitutional duty to give every piece of information about what? About the decisions, all decisions of Council of Ministers, which relate to administration of the country and also proposals for bills. So the PM has to keep on informing the president of what is happening in the country, what steps is the government taking, what bills have they planned to bring and all, and also to furnish information as the president may call. If the president asks for some information, please tell me, what are you guys discussing? I want to know, right? What are you hiding from me? I also want, please bring me into part of gossip. All this. Lastly, and very important, please hear me out. I'll just summarize this clause. We have seen so far that the PM is bound by the advice of Council of Ministers. Yes or no? Yes, right? Okay. Does this mean that the PM is bound by the advice of entire council only, or can a single minister also give a binding advice? Single ministers cannot give binding advice. Actually, this provision says that if a single minister gives me an advice and I don't like the advice, I can ask the entire council, check, your minister is giving me this advice. If today the petroleum minister says, sign this bill, Madam President, all the petrol prices from tomorrow will be 10 rupees per liter. Now the president can say, I won't sign it. Have you questioned have you shown this to all the other ministers? Are you guys all on board? Have you shown this to the prime minister? The minister says, no, I have not shown. You please sign. Article 74. The president can refuse, can say no. And the president can call all the ministers or the PM, send a WhatsApp group message, broadcasting it to everyone that your minister is coming and telling me sign this order. Should I sign this order? So the president is bound by the advice of entire council, not an individual minister. Clear on this? So this is with respect to Article 78, and that is how the president also enjoys this power of information, right to information of what is happening in the country. Solve this question. Came in 2012. Done? Okay. One is correct. The president shall make rules for the convenient transaction of business and for the allocation among ministers of the said business. Second one, all executive actions of the government of India shall be expressed to be taken in the name of the president, not the prime minister. Yes or no? So this is wrong. Hence A1 only. Then some financial parts, like there are some bills called money bills. Now those bills can be, what are money bills? Details later on, don't worry. Chapter Parliament later on. But those bills can be introduced in the Parliament only with her prior recommendation or prior permission. Second, I think we have seen this today only. Please tell me the article. She can make advances out of contingency fund of India to meet any unforeseen expenditure. Article, please. Various answers, but the right answer is 267 clause 1, right? Contingency fund of India. And then she also constitutes a finance commission after every 5 years. That is what is there under Article 280, Finance Commission. Done. Lastly, military powers. So, as per Article 53, Clause 2, she is the supreme commander of defense forces of India. But of course, these military powers will have to be regulated by law. She is the supreme commander of defense forces, but don't expect that she starts signing all the treaties and all. Treaties are approved by parliament. They are regulated by law. Okay. But of course, she officially will declare the war. But don't think that she will call the army chief and say, come on, nuclear missile, fire on Pakistan. No, she has no control over that. Okay. The actual decisions are made by the Council of Ministers, headed by Prime Minister. These are just powers mentioned here so that formally she takes those decisions. Are we clear on this? Lastly, we have judicial powers. So, under judicial powers, she appoints the Chief Justice and the judges of Supreme Court. Please read this point. She appoints the Chief Justice, of course. Fair enough, no problem there. And the judges of the Supreme Court as well as High Courts. Are we clear? High Courts also. High Court judges are appointed by whom? Not the governor, president. But we know very well that currently we have a very clear, transparent mechanism, a very good system of collegium, right? So transparent that nobody knows how judges are selected. So that is what is collegium. Anyway, we'll discuss collegium once we study judiciary. How is the judge actually getting appointed? But formally, the order is signed by the president. Secondly, clemency power. What is clemency? Mercy. Mercy power. What is this mercy power? See, if you have some problem, you go to the lower court, subordinate court. Yes or no? Lower court gives a punishment. You appeal in the high court. High court gives a punishment. You don't like it. You appeal in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court gives the punishment. You don't like it. What do? Nothing. Sit at home and cry. Go to jail. Die. That's final. Supreme Court's judgment is final. Can't be questioned anywhere. That's the point. But we have made a very unique provision. The provision is that we have given people an opportunity that why don't you go to the president and seek mercy from him? Mercy, meaning what? The president can pardon your punishments. Can, not mandatory. We are not questioning Supreme Court judgment. We are simply saying, sir, Supreme Court has punished me. You please show some mercy on me. Reduce my punishment, remove my punishment, all these things. This is called clemency power. Under Article 72, this article is extremely important. And there are 5 different types of clemency powers in the country. And just to clarify, a similar power is there for governors also. Governor's power is under Article 161. And India is not some unique country where the president has been given this unique kind of power. other references. USA. In USA also, the president has exact same powers under section 2 of the, sorry, firstly article 2, article 2 section 2 of the US constitution. You go to UK, in UK also, the monarch can forgive people the punishments on council of ministers advice. It's there. You go to Canada, there also we have a power. There is a body called National Parole Board, wherein they are independent tribunals which report to parliament. You go to Malaysia, also, you have this thing called pardon board, which gives recommendations that if court has punished somebody, some people can be forgiven. Various international examples are there: pardon, commutation, remission, respite, and reprieve. These are various ways in which the president can show mercy. It's a very regular thing. Don't think, has it ever happened? It happens on a regular basis. Every year. Okay? Every year it happens. Nothing unique. These are the various kinds of pardoning powers. Let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow we'll discuss what types of pardoning powers do we have, what other provisions are there, how to use clemency powers, right? Who has the real power? All these things best left for tomorrow. Okay, so that is all as far as today's discussion is concerned. Jai Hind, and I'll take up your questions if you have any now. Questions, please. Utkarsh, learn these articles simultaneously only. You cannot learn them in sequential order, and it is not required also. Learning articles in sequence will not serve any purpose for you. Learning articles like this will serve purpose for you, topic wise, not sequence wise in the constitution. Today, so far, what we have studied, the important articles for today. Achha, before people leave, let me just clarify. So, of course, you have to revise. Revision 2 to 3 times. Number 2, continue reading the book Political Theory. Read chapter number 2. This book you are reading not for classes, separately for UPSC only. So tomorrow, please read chapter 2. Number 3, your monthly magazine has to be read. Okay. And that should be it for tomorrow as well. Plus, of course, read the editorials from newspapers. Tasks for tomorrow. Important articles that we have seen today, right from Article 61, which was impeachment. Before that, Article 60 is important. Oath 61 is important. That's it. Then directly come to Article 74, Article 361, Article 78, and of course, then we have not studied so far, but you can write Article 72 also. That's it. So from the entire number of articles I mentioned, these articles are going to be important. And yes, let's not forget plus 266 and 267. These two separately under funds. Clear? Apart from it, one schedule 2. Though I will again give this later on, but as of now, for today. Lakshmikant, same chapter, chapter 17. We'll continue. This continues. Monthly magazine, you please download from Byju's website. It is available there. And monthly magazine, currently we are reading of only May. So 1 hour, read for the month of May. Political theory by which book? Hey, yesterday's class here. Come on, don't break my heart like this. I gave a photograph of the book, Political Theory NCRT. Ilyas, if not coalition, then who will form the government? Whoever the president chooses will be given that opportunity to form the government. If no party can form the government, then we go for elections. Okay, that's how it is done. Yes, leaderboard for the day, very important. This is today's leaderboard. Shiv and Kumaran Arul Devaram. Then Kirtana, Prabjot, Akshaya, Alina, Lekhani Pandya, Mufazzal Hussain, Surya, Chinmay, Beauty Kumari, Nilesh, Shipra Singh, Pragya, Surya, Rakshit, Vikamaditya, Ankita, Monica, Ella, Randhava, lot of you are also in the list. Clear on this? Okay. Ilyas, if assembly has been dissolved for any reason, we don't care. Those MLAs are gone, we don't care. Those MLAs will not take part in the election procedure. As simple as that. Okay? Harini, leaderboard is based on the number of correct answers you marked in the questions I asked in the poll. That's it. Tara, veto power will discuss tomorrow. Shreyank, practice solving more questions and revising. One more thing I'll tell you frankly. A lot of you keep on saying that I have revised the syllabus twice, 3 times. 3 times is nothing. Trust me. You'll have to revise at least 9, 10 times. Then can you have the command that you can reproduce facts at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, you cannot. So more and more revisions. That will take some time. Sir, can governor remove my case? Please suggest, can I go to governor's office, please? Remove your case. No, your case can't be removed. If you are punished, then punishments can be removed. Hemant, ordinance tomorrow. Gauri, governance is a separate module covered separately in a separate class. You'll have to look at the yearly syllabus for that. Anjum, removal takes place in both the houses separately. If one house does not remove, person not impeached. Palak, not possible. Deepshika, see what advice that is tendered. Sometimes some advices are not made into notifications, right? So you can't question that advice. If some advice becomes final notification, no problem. But lot of advice which may be given may not become some notification. Those also cannot be questioned. Ashish, rephrase the question. Vanchika, Public Accounts of India is where people's money is kept. Government runs a lot of schemes for people, giving them interest on the money they have. The money is used by government for further activities. Kishan, no, it is not discretion. Gyaneshwar, sorry, want IAS official notification. Download it on the website. Yes, Tara, they can sit for the exam. Shriman, tomorrow we'll discuss the topics like fluency powers, etc., which can be asked in the main examination. Anjali, Article 72 details tomorrow. Okay, sir, I've already answered your question. Don't ask the same question again. Your case can't be removed. Punishments can be forgiven. Don't ask any question on Article 72. You don't know Article 72. A lot of things are required to be known right now. Tomorrow. No Smriti, not required. And others also don't mug up all the articles and all the clauses. Content is important, not word by word content. You just have to know what is mentioned there. Yes, others can leave. Okay, guys, that is all for me today. Let's meet tomorrow. And please revise 2, 3, 4 times, as many times as you can. Right? Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me. Jai Hind.